I'm just gonna do a quick audio check, make sure the audio is working. Alright, so the audio seems good. Again, there's still like a huge 10-second delay between what I say in the video though, but guess that's fine. So that's right, I'm still trying to push to 8,000 trophies. Again, didn't get as far as I wanted yesterday, but that is fine. I'll just keep trying here. Again, I'm starting about, I'll say roughly an hour earlier than yesterday, but at least a half an hour, and I plan on going until 3:30 today, so that should give me at least an extra hour of streaming today, assuming you guys actually want to watch this. But and I'm making pretty decent progress here, so again, I'm just going to keep pushing and get ready for the next season of Squad Busters. Hopefully you guys are excited too. Again, most of the reason I don't have that many trophies is I got more sleep last night, but I'm feeling a bit better, so say it's generally worth it. And again, if I don't actually hit 8,000 trophies, it's not like it's the end of the world, but it does put me a little bit behind if I don't get there by the time the reset happens. So again, I might even grind all night just going into the new season, because I'll be a little excited anyway. Makes it hard to sleep, so we'll just have to see. I'm hoping I don't get the ridiculously long loading times here. I must say, I do think the streams are helping with engagement on the channel, if nothing else. Even though it's Squad Busters, if it's already helping, I can only imagine once I finally hop over to Brawl Stars streams that you guys will be pretty happy with that. We'll have to see, of course, but again, doing pretty well so far. Alright, so we got Super Gem Mine here. Again, one of the trickier mods for the game. Mostly because it forces everyone to the middle. I figure I'll probably take a quick break around 10 for as much as 10 minutes. Other than that, I'll probably be streaming till 12. Take about 30 minutes to an hour break there, and we'll see what happens. currently hoarding the gems from the mines, so I think that gives me a good chance here. Trying not to get caught in the middle between two players. I didn't really build out my squad too much, but as long as I can generally stay away from the other players, I think I'll be fine. You know, it's kind of sad. I can almost always tell which squaddy they busted without even looking. Okay, it's still close. Okay, I mean, that mode's always gonna be more intense there, especially towards the ends. I was able to get the first place though. Alright, 7 more matches to 600. I'd be really happy if we could at least get to 7,000 by the end of the stream. Just gonna keep going. At about 2 hours 15 minutes for a short break. Again, I'm just hoping my device battery can hold on long enough to do this stream. It is still ridiculous to me that I can have this plugged in and it is still draining battery while streaming. I swear, like, my phone gets a little hot too. I don't know why this is taking up so much power. I think it's probably the 3D rendering on the actual Squad Busters game, honestly. If I was just sitting here streaming like a website or something, I don't think it'd use so much power. I honestly just think it's these Supercell games that take a lot more rendering, but it's never going to be as bad as something like AAA games now, at least. So it's one of the benefits of streaming mobile games instead of PC games. So I do think Fortnite Mobile is pretty decent now. I've never actually tried it. I don't think I've even had a phone high-end enough to play Fortnite on mobile. I haven't tried it on this one, but it's just because I've been out of playing Fortnite. So again, I think it'd take up too much time for the other things that I'd want to do. Mostly because I play too much Brawl Stars, so. Again, I'm thinking just because it's early in the morning, that's why it's taking longer for matches to load or render, matchmaking, whatever you want to call it. So I'll just have to wait for more people to show up in the game or on stream. I'm always hoping for big squads because that's the absolute easiest match that I can get, potentially, as long as I get decent enough chest RNG. Alright, we have Invasion Island, Turbo Overload, and we actually do have big squads. I wonder if this is going to be a 4-person one or not. So that'd be real interesting. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone too crazy in this match, so this will probably be a really quick one, hopefully. If I can get it done in 3 minutes instead of 4, it saves me some time. Okay, I am lagging for sure there. Why does it always have to be the Leon? They always take out my Leon. I'm getting some decent pulls now, but it's still gonna be very annoying without Leon, so I'm gonna have to probably wait until at least the last minute before I can get any decent pulls here. Bro, if I mess this up somehow... I don't need Optimus Prime, I need Leon. Okay, I finally can move now. Well, this guy's about to evaporate. Like water in the sun. They can run, but they can't hide. His supersonic will run out eventually. Somebody cue the Sonic.exe music. Oof. Last second takedown. I think that would have went a lot better if I didn't lose Leon so early on, but what are you gonna do? I mean, if I had the choice, I definitely would only play big squads for the trophy set, but again, if people knew what I knew, I don't think it'd be as easy to win as it is for me. I would honestly really enjoy trying out big squads on some other heroes, but I think it's pretty clear which one is the most powerful here, right? Alright, well, we'll keep going. 6 more matches to 600s. Again, making good progress. Got about 2 hours 10. It's a short break. We got Loot Goblin Rush, a great mode for Barbarian King. So that's good. I'm not sure if there's any mode that's actually terrible for Barbarian King, specifically. I don't think he's the best probably in, I want to call it Mega Monsters, like Mega Boss Showdown, I think it's called. Mortis is probably the best one for that because he can deal damage very quickly to those bosses. But I don't. Obviously, Barbarian King's not bad. He's just not the best for it. I guess that goes for all the modes, though. That's another one of those Royal King users I'm gonna have to be a little careful of. I think that should be just enough to win me the match here. Alright. 3 first places in a row is a great way to start. I don't really think I've talked about too much, but so far, despite playing as much as I have, I've somehow not used up all of my 2 times chest multipliers. In fact, I don't even know how long it's going to take me to use all of those up. I assume I've got to be close by now. I've been playing quite a lot of matches. I used up the 4 times and 3 times relatively quick, but anyway, 5 more matches to 600 if I can win them all, so let's keep going. Again, matchmaking is always going to be the most triggering part here, so again, always hoping for more big squads, easy matches, etc. You know, I really have to wonder, do you guys actually get excited for new seasons in Squad Busters anymore? Because the resources, if you haven't maxed out your account, are probably very useful if you are actually looking to get, I'll say, the most fun out of the rest of the duration of this game. But there's no exclusive items on the passes. I think it'd be really funny if they actually still had exclusive items on the passes even though the game is ending. So you could still flex that you played during March of 2026 in a screenshot, of course, because the game wouldn't exist after 2 more months. But and again, I should say as well, it's purely speculation that this game is going to end by the end of May, but I'd be very surprised if it lasted longer than that, because based on what they said in the Discord, it's probably going to end sometime around early summer, so. Alright, we got Angry Vines. Again, definitely not one of my favorites, especially since I am spawning into the Angry Vines this time. That's not exactly fun. I think I could probably just make the most of these 2 chests to build out my squad, though. Angry Vines is probably the most triggering of the mods. I mean, it makes it easier to end the match if you're already ahead, but there's really not a whole lot you can do when you're behind most of the time in Angry Vines. I still don't even have Poco yet. If I didn't get Poco, I'd be in a lot of trouble. This is another one of those modes where you really got to focus on choosing very specific squaddies, because if you mess up, you're gonna get wrecked. Well, that's unfortunate. Again, it's only been 2 minutes and there's already only 3 players remaining, so. Gonna try and sneak in some of the corner coins here. The most important thing about Angry Vines is probably the economy. I know that's a weird way to say it, but it's very hard to build out your squad in Angry Vines. What's even more annoying is having the penny chests that you just can't get, because that guy is literally sitting on top of them. I might be in trouble here unless I get another Mega Punch. I think I might be done here. And I got stuck in between the 2 of them. Couldn't get the maps fast enough. Definitely one of the harder mods, because the guy in first is just going to be able to dunk on you immediately, and there's less coins to go around. So if you don't build out your squad the fastest, you're almost always going to get wrecked in that one. I'm surprised it wasn't the Royale King that was actually the one to win it there. He must have got wrecked by both of the Mortises at the same time, I'm guessing. Same thing that happened to me there, getting stuck in between them. There's nowhere to really run, so. I think I probably lost at least 2 keys there to the Royal King, so. That also kind of doomed me. Also, I don't know if you guys saw it there, but apparently, if you use your Mega Punch right when they use a stun, it can stop the Mega Punch from happening somehow. So that's also something I have to be aware of. It's not easy to do. But if you know someone has the heal stun, you kind of have to play around that, if that makes sense. Which I'm guessing is what happened with the Mortis there as well, which is something that definitely got me wrecked there. Alright, we got Tree Giants on Scavenger Shore. And it's a 4 match, so this is going to be interesting. I don't think the Sonic player should pose too much of a threat, so... There's no bots, so I pretty much have to immediately go for those trees. Probably have to hop over to the trees right about now, assuming they're still up. Alright, I got one of them at least. I can circle around to my maps while I'm waiting for them to respawn. I didn't get either of the trees there, but as long as I'm busting their squaddies, they'll be in trouble. I don't know what he's going for there. I somehow ended up with both keys there, so that's really good. Probably get close to building out the full squad here. Okay, I actually got it, so that's really good. That was a fairly easy match, so about 4 matches away to 600. We'll keep going at about an hour 50. Alright, so we got the Chest Menace. Again, this one's always interesting because Chest Menace doesn't drop a key when you take him down, but he does have a lot of gems. Well, I don't know if the other players are going to focus on the Chest Menace, so I should have a fairly easy time getting ahead with gems on that, as long as they don't come after me or go towards the middle of the map. I think the most annoying thing about this mod is probably just the fact that it turns the regular chests into chest imposters, not because they're hard to take down, but just because it takes more time to build out your squad that way. Well, I guess I can't say I'm surprised the Sonic player is going for the Chest Menace. He's not really going to have any other way to win the match, but I do have a max squad now, so I can scare the players away. That was a fairly easy win there, so that's a good thing. I need 3 more wins. About an hour 45 left before a short break. Yeah, I just don't think as many people are online this early in the morning. Definitely seeing longer wait times between matchmaking, but definitely still making some progress here, so we'll keep it going. Again, of the mods I don't want to see, I guess I'll have to say Chest Menace and Angry Vines are just the most annoying mods. The only nice thing about Angry Vines is you can end the match quicker. So, in fact, I guess I'd then argue that the Chest Menace one is the opposite issue because it makes the match take significantly longer. But if you play it right, you're more likely to win. But the only way to really do that is to defeat the Chest Menace, which leaves you very open to getting busted by another squad. So we definitely have a long wait time on this one. I don't think I've ever had a wait time longer than 4 minutes, so hopefully this won't be a first for that. Always gonna hope I can get the big squads mod and let's get a quick and easy match off of that. You know, the funny thing is, the higher you go towards prestiges and Brawl Stars, the longer the wait times get as well. And I swear I've had wait times in Brawl Stars be almost as long, if not longer, than waiting for a match of Squad Busters in 2026. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. We got Loot Surge. Should be a relatively simple match, I'm thinking. Alright, well, pretty simple start to the match so far. Gonna take out the bots. This is usually something I keep pretty close to my chest, but I will let you guys know that something I figured out, because when you get those matches with only 4 players in them, you know they're all going to be real players. I'm still not sure what causes you to get those matches, but something I realized is even if you're playing in an 8-player match, 4 of the players are probably still real players, and all the rest are likely bots. So if you're lucky, you can usually get at least 4 extra keys by defeating the bots, which obviously gives you a huge advantage in the match. But only if you really get to about the 50 coin chest cost first, which, again, you're going to have to beat the other players to that as well. I don't know why, but that Sonic player thinks he's gonna beat a Barbarian King for some reason. They always take out my Leon, and it's very frustrating. Cause that guy's using Mega Crab. Very rarely see that. Well, they went after me pretty early on there, unfortunately, so. Second place. Yeah, was that? It's gotta be the other Sonic user, though. Because I wasn't able to focus on getting him down. Alright, well, only about 2 more matches to 600. Making pretty quick progress here. So we'll keep going. Got about an hour 40 left until a quick break. Alright, well, we got gift critters again. I think this is, again, if you guys saw from my achievement book, probably one of my most played mods. I just seem to get it the most frequently, or at least it seems to have a higher percentage of showing up than the other ones for some reason. I don't know why. I imagine this will probably be a fairly easy match. I'm a little behind so far, but I think I'll catch up. Should be able to max out my squad right here. That'll leave me in a really good spot to win. Well, that was a pretty easy one. Alright, one more match to 6,600. Let's get it done. About an hour 30 left until a quick break. Bro, how Peeps is still playing? I haven't actually looked to see how far Peeps is on the leaderboard. I honestly wasn't sure if How Peeps was a second account created by Peeps just to mess with people. Seems like we have a bit more aggressive players in this match, so let's have to focus more on trying to build up my squad a little quicker. Alright, I got the full squad now, so it should be pretty easy to just run away with most of the gems here. And that was a fairly easy win. I just had to avoid the Mortis players at the start there. Alright, I'll take a quick look at the leaderboard, see what it's looking like now. I'm also just interested to see where Peeps is. Has Peeps been playing at all recently? He's kind of fallen a lot. I pretty much have double his trophies almost. It's kind of crazy how Peeps actually plays more than the actual Peeps now, because Peeps was first in the US for quite a while there originally. And almost top 80 US, so anyway, we'll keep going. About an hour and a half till a quick break. And we got into a match quicker at least. Got Loot Goblin Rush. Got a Royal King player, so I'm gonna need to make sure I get Frank. Looks like I already have a maxed out squad, so that's kind of crazy. Well, he couldn't take me out, but I got stuck between the chests there. Looks like the stream is lagging quite a bit. I don't think it's as bad in the gameplay right now, at least. Alright, still about 10 matches to 700. We'll just keep going. And really just hoping for big squads all the time, but I swear that's the least frequent mode too, so got about an hour 20 till a quick break. Your golden boots this time. I don't know if it'll make that much of a difference. This is probably one of the worst spawns here, but I know I can't move forward because I can already see the Royal King user over there doing the same thing. Might be able to go down here. Alright, I got Frank at least, so might have a chance against the Royal King user. I don't think there's much I'm going to be able to do there, unfortunately. Alright, we're still making progress anyway. It's not really a mod that's going to help me either. Alright, so got about 9 more matches to 700 roughly. Still waiting for big squads again, hopefully. We'll just have to see. Got about an hour 15 till a quick break. Okay, we got Angry Vines again, so definitely gonna have to focus up. Alright, I'm actually doing really well on economy right now for building the squad, so that's good. Alright, well the bots are down, so now I just gotta get Penny. Alright, I'm already on to the epics, so that's really good. Well, that was a pretty easy win there. Pro TV Gaming 0, hello? How long I didn't how long I didn't play that game I liked. Thank you for liking the video again. I don't usually ask people to like or subscribe. I figure they have enough sense in their head to do so if they want to. Another reason I don't have a million subs yet. I don't get on my hands and knees and beg people for subscriptions. How long are you asking how long I've been streaming, or or just are you shocked that I'm actually streaming Squad Busters? Again, I know it's not exactly a high tier game here, so I mean, you could even be asking when I started the stream, but I have no idea what exactly you're asking, so maybe if you could be a little more specific. But again, only about 80 more trophies to 700, and about an hour 50 until a quick break. So again, hopefully I will get to at least 7,000 by the end of the stream, and then finish up whatever is left by the time we hit the new pass tomorrow. Again, it's not a huge deal if I don't hit 8,000 exactly, but I want to get as close to it as I can, so I'm not falling behind on the trophy reset. That's literally the only reason I'm doing these streams here. Besides, of course, giving you guys the satisfaction of knowing that someone still cares enough to actually do Squad Busters streams in 2026. And again, it's almost April too, so I don't really see this game lasting much longer than 2 more months, so we gotta get these matches in before the game ends, of course. Alright, so we got Lava Spa and Tree Giants. Again, I don't think it should be that bad, just depends on who I'm playing with. Oh, we got Hanzo in here. Okay. Again, it's always surprised to see them using someone other than Barbarian King, so someone delivered a free key to me. I think I'm doing rather well here. Well, I guess he's playing Royal, well, no, Barbarian King. This is a bad look for you, sir. That was #1 in the world, by the way. Maybe Hanzo will tune into the stream. Well, again, I want to say that was an easy GG's, but I caught him off guard there with a ton of damage and some great timing on the Mega Potions, so that was pretty brutal for them. Alright, we got 7 more matches to 700. Got about an hour left till a quick break. Probably get around 750-ish before the break. I definitely think I should at least be able to hit 7,000 by the end of the stream. And just see how far I can actually get before I end it off around 3:30, so... Again, I'll remind you guys when you voted for maintain the leaderboard. I hope this is what you had in mind. More squad busters. I think I've already been going for like 2 hours now, maybe. Actually, no, I guess I started like 7:30, so an hour and a half. And this one Royal King player is such a pain. I swear I hardly went against him at all yesterday. I don't know why he's on so much today. Maybe it's just because they know that I'm playing the game more again. We have the Chest Menace mod again, of course. A very frustrating mod. I don't think it would be as frustrating if Chest Menaces always spawns on the chests, but, you know, I guess it wouldn't be as interesting if it wasn't random. But some players actually get an advantage by not having to fight the Chest Menaces while running between chests. Like, I'm getting a lot of them right now. The only thing that slightly helps me from fighting the Chest Menaces is that they give a very small amount of coins. I think it's like 3, maybe 4. But I still don't think it's worth the time it takes to fight them instead of just building your squad quicker. I guess all the bots are down already, so it'll be interesting. I'll make sure to pick up Frank because I know we have the Royal King user here. That might be him up there right now. I might be able to jump on him. There he is. Ooh. Okay, yeah, getting him out this early in the match is going to help me a lot, actually. I'm surprised, again, why would you engage in a fight so early into the match if you didn't have to? That's what I'm telling you guys. Battle Royale's third party someone, you just win. It's kind of ridiculous. I should just be able to go for the chest menace now, I'm thinking. Looks like the same Mortis player is going to want it too, though. I might just be able to take this guy out now, too. I got the double punch. If you get the double punch, I think that's almost always going to guarantee you win the fight. The only small problem is I still don't know how to get the double punch. I don't know if it's a glitch or you just have to aim the punch really well. Oh, I win. 20 seconds early. Okay, well, yeah, taking out the Royal King user there made that way easier than it should have been. Okay, so got about 2 hours till, actually, about an hour till a quick break, I'll say, and 6 more matches to 6,700. And we're into a match immediately, which again is wonderful. So we have Gift Critters. Again, I get this mod so frequently, and we're against Hanzo again, so that's wonderful. Just gotta keep trying to beat what is supposedly the best player in the world, you know, that's no biggie. Who definitely switched over to playing Barbarian King solely because of me, and there's definitely no other reason to that. Again, I have to wonder, did Hanzo see that I was streaming? Is that why he's on now, or does the man actually play Squad Busters this much? I mean, he's clearly playing a lot to be first in the world. I'm surprised he even wanted it back, because he already had first place a bunch of times. I'm mostly just doing it, again, to try to keep the game alive. It's not as easy to play on stream. Again, at least this mod makes it really easy to build out the squad with all the extra coins because of the critters. Now, all the bots are at the top of the map here. At least got Pocos, that's good. But bro, all the bots are right here. What is happening? I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to take them out because they keep grouping on top of each other. Why don't you steal my key? That's another frustrating thing when the bots start grouping up on each other. Is if you beat one of them, they might steal the key. Yeah, there he is. You're not gonna get me right now. Yeah, he's definitely aiming specifically for me. You could tell. Just gonna have to avoid him for a little bit. It's crazy because he's so obviously only going for me here. But there's a P.E.K.K.A player? You're playing P.E.K.K.A in 2026? What are you doing? There's some things I just do not understand in Squad Busters. Why would you play P.E.K.K.A in 2026? Why would you play Sonic in 2026? You have the option to play basically any character you want now, free to play. So why would you choose these characters? Look how easy that was. You can't do anything as P.E.K.K.A. You're too slow. Why would you even bother? Bro, he's pushing too aggressively. I'm gonna beat him again. I'm kinda hoping second place will just beat him. He's just playing it way too safe. I'm gonna play it all the way over here. I have way too many gems to lose, and there's no way they're beating each other, so easy win. I'm telling you, Hanzo spending too much time trying to take me down, not building his squad enough, so that kind of cost him in the long game there. You can't third party someone if they're not fighting someone, so alright, 5 more matches to 700. I swear, I'm probably gonna be stuck fighting Hanzo for the next hour or something, aren't I? There's nothing more triggering in this game than beating someone in Squad League and then having them immediately rush you at the start of the next match. But there's really nothing I could do. I don't think I've ever done that because I know it's way too risky. The only time I'll fight someone at the start of the match is if they've already jumped on me, because there's literally nothing I can do. So again, it just doesn't make sense. As ironic as it seems, my best advice I can give you guys if you want to do well in Squad Busters is to actually fight, or I guess you'd say bust. Bust as little as possible. Save your busting until the end. Because you're gonna lose way too many squaddies too quickly at the start, and you're only gonna put yourself at a disadvantage towards the end of the match there. It's never a good idea. Unless it's the bots. You always have to beat the bots, but reasonably you should have built up your squad to, I'll say, almost 50 coins cost on the chest at that point anyway. So, I don't know. I'm seeing some strange gameplay there. I think Hanzo knows. He's on my friends list. I think he knows that I'm probably the only competition between him and making first place in most of these matches. So he probably thinks it's a good idea to go after me right away. That is a very bad idea, because not only is Barbarian King very hard to take down in general, but as a player I know how to waste the most of his time in the match. Okay, I'm actually not playing against him this time, so that's great. Okay, I could take a slight breather. Okay. I don't think there's any tryhards in the match this time, so again, Hanzo's gonna be first until the end of the season tomorrow anyway. I don't think there's any doubt about that, so even if I played until the very last minute non-stop, I would not be able to take his first place, so he has earned that by playing this game way too much, which I am also doing right now. But again, just for the trophy reset and showing that the game still exists, I guess. I know OJ did a video like 2 months back, which I was very surprised, but I'm glad to see at least there's some other content creator acknowledging that this game still exists, so. Anyway, gotta get the bots now. Hopefully avoid that guy. Okay. So I think I misspoke earlier. When I said 8 people matches, it was actually 10 people matches, but only 4 of the people are actual people and 6 of them are bots. I don't know why they decided to do that. I mean, it makes the matches a little more interesting, I guess. Gives the players something to fight over instead of just gems, but I guess it's also kind of unfair because having that knowledge does give me a pretty significant advantage over anyone else playing the game if they don't know that. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you're fighting against a bot player, but just knowing that inherently allows me to go after the bots immediately and know when to stop, because I know when the last players alive are also real players. Because it's very, very difficult to lose to a bot player if you're actually playing even decently well. Okay, so I'm almost to the epics now. I'm actually in first. I just gotta hold it now for a minute. So I'll probably stay around the mid. I don't think I need to fight anyone, so. I might be able to take this guy out. He's got the heal, that's always frustrating. See, like, do you see what I'm talking about here, guys? He's only got 2 squaddies, and look how long it's taking me just to take him out. I mean, he's using heals to be fair, but... Bro, that's the P.E.K.K.A guy again. What? I don't even think the P.E.K.K.A guy's gonna be able to get him because he's too slow. he still hasn't beaten him, man. I do not understand P.E.K.K.A players. I really don't. You can't get stunned or knocked back, but the rest of your squad's gonna get wrecked anyway because you're too slow. It's... I would really like to just see a P.E.K.K.A all speed comp. I think I've tried it before, and it still just didn't work because I still didn't have enough power. It was... it's just ridiculous. P.E.K.K.A's just, I don't think, strong enough in this Barbarian King meta, if you will. Alright, 4 more matches to 700s. About 50 minutes till I take a quick break. Again, it really frustrates me that I'm using the same software to stream that I do to record. I'm really glad it's so easy to do. But at the same time, I can't put up like a be right back screen. I could, now that I'm thinking about it, I could look up an image of a be right back screen on Google Chrome and put that on the screen, but that seems a little corny, so I'm not going to do that, but that's basically the best thing I can do besides typing be right back in the actual comments of the live stream. So again, how do you make an application with a built-in live stream feature that doesn't have any ability to pause whatsoever? In fact, there's only an end stream button, and I showed that off yesterday during the first part. I don't know why that is, but this is what I have to work with, and it's working well enough, so I'm just going to keep going with it. And it'll just be an awkward 5 to 10 minutes where there's nothing going on the stream and it looks like I disappeared, so we'll get there in about 50-ish minutes, 45 minutes. And I'm getting pretty close to 700 now. I'm thinking I'll probably get even pretty close to 7,000 before I take about a 30-hour break around 12. And it'd be really nice if I could probably get to around 7,250 maybe before I end off the stream about 3:30 officially. And then of course I'll still keep pushing after the stream, but you guys will actually have to have me on your friends list if you want to keep watching in game. I don't know why you would, but you can. Oh, of course Hanzo's back. Okay, well, let's see if I can beat him to the loot goblins. Okay. I think the only more triggering thing than fighting Hanzo in my matches is finding out that he's secretly stream sniping me just so he can get into my matches to try and stop me from getting the 8K trophies. I don't think he is. He is someone who just plays a lot, but I can never get that thought past my mind, right? Because it wouldn't exactly be hard to do, considering how few people actually play Squad Busters in 2026, so just have to keep going here. And that's okay. I got all the coins still, at least. I can hardly even tell what's happening. There's so many people in the middle of the map right now. Okay, I'm actually doing really well, so oh, for Pete's sake, he stole my energy drink. He stole my purple lightning juice. Oh boy. Just gotta run away. Man, we got a lot of tryhards in this match. This is really unfortunate. I do think I'm ahead still, and I mean that in terms of squad size, not gems. Oh boy. Yeah. Hanzo's getting a quick punch in. Gonna have to screw it off to the side here. Get the rest of my maps. I keep having to dance around these other players is making it incredibly difficult to get these penny maps. Oh, okay, he might even cut me off before I can get to the goblins. Oh man, okay, well, I gotta get out of here. He's just on top of me. I think I should still be able to max out my squad, or at least get close to it. Okay, well, this is happening now. He's faster than me. I don't think I'm gonna be able to take it, so just gonna have to run over. He's surprisingly leaving me alive, so I might at least still be able to make top 3. I could potentially steal it back last second here. Oh, never mind. He is way too far ahead now. Okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's always the Royal King users. So difficult to beat those players. The only strategy I can employ is going after the Royal King himself, and it's very, very difficult to do that because every time I'm usually losing to a Royal King user, it's because they're faster anyway, so it's almost impossible to get there. But anyway, we'll keep going. About 4 more matches. About 40 minutes till a quick break, so just gonna keep going. I forgot that reactions existed in the live chat. I don't think it actually does anything though. There's also a delay on that for some reason. Well, again, I guess it's more of a question of how many matches am I going to get with Royal King users over Hanzo. I actually still think I might have a decent chance over winning Hanzo. It's just these darn Royal King users. The game made it way too easy for Royal King users to win. That's my issue. They just gain coins so much faster than any other hero. It just doesn't make any sense. And obviously, having the biggest squad and squad busters helps you win a lot easier. And when they're rushing you with a full squad and they have the bonus knights from both the royal delivery as well as their actual chest spawn, and they're usually using skeleton barrel on top of that, the only option is usually to run away. So there's just no way you're going to realistically beat all of that if they shove it in one spot. So again, my strategy is usually to try to loop around them or actually fight the king head on, but that's obviously a lot harder to do because it's not like I can tap the screen and just say fight Royal King instead of all the squaddies. You actually have to aim the character. Alright, well, again, I'm not seeing any super crazy players this match, so we'll just keep going. Well, there's definitely still Royal King users in this match, but I don't know if there's any super tryhards. We'll just have to see. Alright, I'm gonna have to go for the bots now if I can find one. I'll just steal this guy's, I guess. I wasn't quite able to get the key there. Here's another one. Okay, there's another one. Alright, well, all the bots are down, so it's just the real players now, unfortunately. Have to try and sneak up the map to get the actual maps. Or treasure, if you will. Okay, I'm holding steady right now. Bro, why this one guy playing P.E.K.K.A, man? I do not understand. What is he actually like trying to do? That's is he trying to win a match with P.E.K.K.A? Does he just really like the character P.E.K.K.A? Like, P.E.K.K.A just can't really do all that much. Well, yeah, I was gonna say that's probably the P.E.K.K.A user going down. Well, that's unfortunate. And I'm surprised the other Barbarian King didn't go after him as well. Probably could have stole first there. Alright, well, about 3 more matches. And about 35 more minutes till a quick break. Still always just holding out for getting big squads. I'll probably just say that every time, but again, it doesn't even matter what the other players are if we get big squads, because I almost always win big squads. The only way I lose big squads is if they go after me immediately, or I just get really, really bad chest RNG. Oh, it looks like we have a bit of a longer load time here. We're finally getting in. We have chest imposters again, which I think will make it even worse if we still have the Royal King users. Oh, we got Hanzo again, so that's interesting. And this one P.E.K.K.A user seems to be in all of my matches, and it's just not going well for him. I'm really not sure why he keeps playing P.E.K.K.A. Like, even if he is gaining trophies, it's probably still like 2 a match at most. I'm just not really sure what the point is. Alright, well, this is another match with quite a few tryhards in it, so I'm really going to need to focus on this one if I want to get first. And the only thing I can really hope is that the tryhard players fight each other first, so then I can just keep building my squad. Yeah, here he is again. Really just trying to get to the bot players. And there's the P.E.K.K.A again. There he goes. I mean, I could just hope that the other players waste their time going after each other, but that's about it. See, like, he's specifically going after me right now. And he's obviously got a bigger squad, so there's really nothing I can do but run away, unfortunately. And the other guy just keeps hovering over my map, so I can't even get to it. Well, they're fighting each other at least. And it's always the Leon, man. It's always the Leon. I don't even think it's that low health a character. I don't know why that's the one that always goes down for me. Okay, well the Royal King is down somehow. And what is truly awful about this mod specifically is if you're behind, it's always a lot harder to catch up because you can't get the chests as easy unless you already have a big squad. Alright, well, that one didn't go too spectacularly, but again, if I get big squads, we'll be fine. So, 3 more matches, about 30 minutes till I take a quick break. And we're almost to 700, so making progress here pretty steadily. Are playing against some of the best players in the game right now, though, so I still can't be too disappointed about at least not getting busted. But it is very hard to make a substantial foothold in a match against 3 tryhards. Again, I'm surprised. I think the P.E.K.K.A player, right, did even survive to the end there somehow. I really don't know. I think the thing about P.E.K.K.A is people are usually pretty scared to fight P.E.K.K.A because she can just sustain a lot of damage, and if she's using the heal, then that's pretty hard to take out. But if you already have a maxed out squad, it's very likely you're just going to be able to easily beat P.E.K.K.A, but she's not the easiest to take out. She actually has more health than Barbarian King, so you have to be pretty confident in your ability to take out P.E.K.K.A if you're going to go all in on that. Alright, so this seems like a easier match, I'll say. We got Pinata Party as well. Should be easier to build the squad. Looks like we got a free key there as well. Just gonna try and increase the chest cost before I grab it. Nah, it disappeared. It's only 10 coins, so doesn't really make too much of a difference in this mod because there's already so many coins floating around. Or I just want to focus on getting the keys after I get to the 50 coin cost, which should be right about now. So I'll go towards the map. Hopefully I can find a bot player on the way. There it is. I'll steal the key. He's actually losing some squaddies there. So what happens when you spend too much time going after the bots, someone else just steals the key, which is incredibly easy to do as Barbarian King simply because he has the knockback. Here's a Sonic player again, surprised by that. Not able to take out any of his units there, so just gonna have to keep pushing towards the maps. Another free key. Again, this mode really isn't too hard to build out a full squad, so I might even have it by the time we have a minute left in the match. Alright, only need 150 more coins to go. Another free key, already down to 100. Only need, basically already maxed out at this point. There's another key. It's just so easy to max out the squad here. I just gotta beat the other players, and that's about it. Okay, should be able to take this guy out to steal first. I'm scaring off the other guy. Just trying to take him out. We have Sonic on me all of a sudden. That's why I started choosing the Pam, so I can heal on the spot. And I think I just win here, so... Alright. Not too difficult. I'll say relatively easier win there. Okay, about 2 more matches to 700. And got about 25 minutes to a quick break. So I should hit even 700 before I take the break, and then I'm hoping I'll get at least close to 7,000 by the time I take the 30-minute hour break. We'll have to see. Probably get another 100 or so at least. Be around, I'm thinking 850 maybe. Definitely, hopefully hit 7,000 before I end off at 3:30, and then... It just depends on how long it takes me to actually get to 8,000. I will at least attempt it. I just definitely won't be hitting it on stream, so... Anyway, again, on this scene here, you always have to just imagine you're at the casino, right? We're hoping for a big squads pull here. It really doesn't even matter what map. It's mostly the mod that's a lot more determining of what happens here. The only map that I think is very significant is probably the... Again, I'll say Wild West theme, but I forget exactly what they're calling it, because there's a few different map names, but the slowing sand in the middle on that one map is incredibly important to take note of, especially if you're getting chased by a bigger squad. You usually want to run around the outside, because if you run into the sand from the outside, you're just going to get caught easily, so... Alright, this one's taking a bit longer to load. Again, here we go. Okay, Buster Valley. Got Loot Goblin Rush again. A great mode for Barbarian King to get an advantage, as long as I'm not playing against other Barbarian Kings. And it doesn't look like we have too many tryhards here, so... Should probably be an easy match. Build up the squad before the 3-minute announcement so I can just try and steal all the loot goblins. Okay, let's start running up now. Should just about make it in time if I don't get hit here. Okay, just about got him. Pretty huge coin drop there. Pretty sure that's a real player. Okay, I'm looking for bots now. That might be a bot player, but it's playing in a very strange manner. Okay. Should be able to easily get this next surge of loot goblins. There's nobody around. Almost missed the penny map there, that'd be unfortunate. Yeah, this should be a pretty easy match. I'm not getting too much competition for the loot goblins, so I'm gonna max out my squad pretty quickly here. Already finishing off the epic characters in my squad. Just need 150 more coins. I just need 100. Alright. Just gonna sit here for the final loot goblin rush. Even though I'm behind, this will probably get me ahead. Got me about 100 gems easily there. I already have a maxed out squad, so now I just gotta sit around, look for someone to get an easy hit on. I might just chase down this Mortis. Shouldn't be too difficult. Try and continually grow my lead here. I think bro knows it's over. He's got the primo drool. And again, as long as I generally stay away from the other players, easy win here. Alright, well, that's a pretty easy one. They didn't fight me for the loot goblins, so. Alright, one more match to 700, and I got about 15 minutes till a quick break, so probably get at least a few matches, I think, before I even go on break over 700, so that's great. Probably maybe get to 720, I'm thinking. All just depends on how long the matchmaking takes. And just hoping for big squads. Okay, so this is one of the maps I was talking about. And we have ring grab. I don't see that one too often, so. Again, I feel like the strategy here is just to not go for the rings at all. I have Arquera, I think I'm pronouncing that username correctly, who I usually see them playing Sonic in matches, is actually playing Barbarian King, so I'm very surprised. Maybe they actually want to start winning some matches. But I'm pretty sure that is a real player there that I recognize, so. Getting the penny maps down first thing is pretty good, especially since they'll all be close to each other. But I also need to make sure I get Poco pretty fast into the match so I don't get wrecked later on if I do that. Okay, well, let's drop the sack here so I can finish out the majority of my squad. I'll look for some bots now. There's one. Okay, I was gonna say, hopefully the bot doesn't grab the key there. I think I'll be able to take him out too. Okay, I think there's a bot up. No, that's a real player. Okay, I'll rotate to the maps. There's another bot, so I'll take them out. Again, you'll notice I'm just pretty much completely ignoring the rings here right now. I don't think it's worth it this early in the match to be holding any rings. Clearly someone is getting the rings. This is actually probably like the only map where Sonic has a huge advantage, assuming someone isn't already sitting on top of the rings to scare Sonic away, or the podium that spawns the rings, I mean. Okay. Got a really good set here. But why would you hit someone just to use the Hog Stampede? I guess you could use that really well if you're trying to stun into a wall, but I don't really get it. I'll take the ring now, because I should just be able to scare anyone off. Having Battle Healer and Heavy is great for this mod because it's harder to take out any individual squaddy off of my team. Again, you'll notice I hardly got any of the rings, but I'm also still in first here, so... Usually also in this mod you want to focus on making sure you have few squaddies, so you're not increasing the chance you drop rings. Bro, use the Hog Stampede like a minute early. Well, I got a full squad now, so this should be a pretty easy win, as long as I don't drop any rings. I might even be able to find someone else who has some. Yeah, wasted his punch, so he'll be sorry for that. Just stole all of his rings. Easy win. Alright, we got a Mortis using the same emote there. Okay, so I should be at 700 now, 6,700. So let's check the standing again. 7th place on the friends list, top 14 US, and top 70, well, I'll just say top 80 in the world right now, so that's not too shabby. And I still got about 13 minutes till break, so I could probably fit in 2 more matches, which is what I was expecting. Again, still hoping for big squads. Makes it really easy for me to win because of how my squad is built. Round and round it goes where it stops, hopefully on big squads. I did get big squads once so far already, and that went really well, so we'll just keep hoping for that. Alright, so this is a bit of a longer matchmaking, unfortunately. I did get a few quick matches today, but also some longer ones. I got into a lot of matches quicker yesterday. It might just be because I'm playing a bit earlier this morning though, so it's actually getting towards noon now, so actually surprised it's taking longer right now. But I guess I don't know exactly what the region that still plays Squad Busters the most is. And if there was a stats website that had that information, it was probably taken down. Pretty much all of them were taken down after they announced the game was ending, because they all used the same API and the person maintaining it stopped doing it because the game was ending. So that's the only way I'd be able to tell you guys how many chest doublers I had left, is by looking at one of those sites, but they're all down. So anyway, we have Super Ice Spirits. I don't think I saw any Super Triard players, so it should be another easy match, I'm thinking. Start to build the squad. Okay, we're off to a good start so far. Looks like Sonic's gonna mess with me a little bit. That's alright. Just try not to lose the trader here. Fortunately, I'm just getting Poco now, so... Alright. Simple recovery. Just go for the bots now. I wanted to hold on to the key there, but couldn't risk letting the bot get it. Should be able to take out this one relatively easily here. There's another one right there. We got a Spike player, again, not something I see too often here, so that's interesting. I don't think I have Frank yet, but looks like he's going down right now anyway. Okay, so we actually took out one of the real players, so... Oh, so I guess something I haven't mentioned, I'll mention now, is... They stopped making bot players for this game after Mortis, so if you ever see someone playing P.E.K.K.A. or Spike... or even 8-bit, you know that they're real players simply because bots for those heroes don't even exist in the game. So I always find that pretty funny, that it's very easy to tell immediately if they're a real player or not. I honestly think it would be a lot nicer to have bots for the other ones, but then again, I don't think I want bot P.E.K.K.A. players running around the map, so... I haven't even been focusing on the Ice Spirits yet, so I'll probably do that in the last minute here just to get those bonus coins. But I almost have the full squad anyway, so... Yeah, this should be a pretty easy win. I'm not getting a lot of competition here, so... Here's finally someone. Well, he has a relatively small squad, despite being this far into the match, so I think he's gonna go down here. And the only one left is Sonic, which, again, I'd be very surprised if that player wins. They might have the bomb, but even if they keep taking off of my squad, I have the coins to get the squaddies back, so it doesn't really matter. And they're not going to want to fight me with full health, I don't think. Yeah, he's trying to use the barrel bomb, if I'm seeing that correctly. And he's probably going to want to run away now. Ouch. Well, last second takedown. Another relatively easy win. And I'll see if I can't fit in one more match here, and then I'll take a quick break. Try to take one at least roughly every 2 hours, but the last part of the stream usually only is about 2 hours anyway, so... Alright, yeah, we'll try and get one more in here. And hopefully this will also be an easy one. I don't mind getting easy matches the whole day if it gets me at 8,000 quicker, so... Right, hoping for big squads. I can shave an entire minute off of the match time if I can get big squads. Something else I always find interesting about Squad Busters is, it's probably not the only one, but the fact that it even has a matchmaking timer that goes down to 0 and then just resets to a random time anyway. I find the time on the timer is actually quite irrelevant. The match always just kind of starts whenever it does. But you can generally tell if the queue is going to be a little bit longer by how high the clock is on time. Like, I think the highest I've ever seen it was 2 full minutes on the clock, which there was not a lot of people playing the game at that point, so it made sense. Again, being in a 4-minute queue for Squad Busters is not very fun, though, just sitting here watching the little icons rotate. And there it goes again, another 40 seconds. Yeah, it should have just enough time to fit in one more match. So we have Steel Gauntlet ends again, the not so very effective modifier of monster pets here. Again, doesn't really do all that much is the thing. If the monster pets had a lot more health and damage, I think this would actually be a really interesting mod. But they're just so weak because they spawn in actual enemies that you actually fight during the match regularly. And ever since 2.0, all the enemies are a lot weaker than they were before anyway, so this mod, the only thing that this mod does is it gives you a slight benefit to run around the map and beat the monsters that the other players spawned in, because you can get more coins a bit quicker that way. But that's literally the only difference I'd say this mod makes. It's pretty unusual that the monster pets would actually help you that much unless you do what I'm doing right now, which is try to spawn a bunch in the same area. But I'm not even doing it for the pets, I'm doing it so that I can... Well, okay. Well, I can't fight this guy because I don't have Poco yet. I can go after the bot, though. Okay, I'll see if I can't save the key for a second here. We'll pick up Poco. I'll get a full 50 coin discount and go for some more bots up here. There's the other real player. Let me see if I can't steal the key from him. We'll keep going up. There's more bots. That's a real player. Another free key. Another easy key. I think that's the Archer Queen. Oh, that's actually 2 real players. They might have... Oh, I think Archer Queen's off to the side, maybe? No? I think that was the same guy that was in my match like a minute or 2 ago. Alright, gotta get the penny maps now. Getting a lot of coins off of these guards. I've already almost got a full squad, so I think this should be a relatively easy match. Oh, there's the other penny, or Archer Queen. Alright, I already have a full squad, so now I just gotta take out the other players and I win. Bro, why would you run into the Sonic player? And I'm just gonna have to try and get the character back for a second. He's definitely still going down here. The issue is the Sonic player would rather sit here and lose to me than actually go after the Mortis player, so... I mean, that's the kind of third partying that you should do to win the match, but again, there's just no way the Sonics have enough power to beat me at full squad there, so... Again, just hit 10 o'clock, so I'll be taking a quick break. Again, unfortunately, there's no way for me to really put up a be right back screen or anything with the software I'm using, which I believe is called A to Z Screen Recorder. So, just gonna type it in the chat. And I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll just keep grinding until 12, where I'll take another 30 to hour-long break. So, again, I'll just say it right now. Again, of course, thank you to everyone who has tuned into the stream so far. Maybe go touch some grass or something, you know, take a breather, get a drink of water, etc., etc. Just don't do the same thing for more than 2 hours straight. Unless it's homework, then you're probably going to get stuck doing that. But anything else, you probably want to take a quick break. But I will be right back. Alright, so it's been about 10 minutes. I have taken a break and am now ready to bust some more for the next hour 50 minutes, I'll say. But again, only 8 matches to 800. I'm definitely thinking I can make it to at least 800, maybe 900 before I take a longer break. But should definitely be able to hit 7,000 before the stream ends. So I should say the second stream. Again, I technically do it in 2 parts just because I don't want to leave the stream on for an hour just sitting there, mostly because it drains my phone battery. Again, I don't know if you guys know, but I have my phone plugged in and I'm still losing battery because apparently it takes that much energy to both play this game and stream at the same time for some reason. But anyway, as long as I can get some big squads matches, it'll be really quick and easy. So let's see what we have here. We have Haunted Garden and Gem Hot Pot. We're not seeing any crazy players here, so I'm thinking it should be a fairly easy match. Just gonna build up the squad. Probably take out this butt here. You know, something I figured out, you can hit the Barbarian King Mega Punch over water, but I don't think it goes through walls. There's a chance it could, though. I've never actually tried it. As though this ability wasn't powerful enough, of course. I think there's another bot up here. That's a real player. Bots don't use gold and silver skins. Gonna steal this key. I think that's the guy that's been in a few of my matches already this morning. Looks like he's gonna chase after me, so I'm just gonna wait for the Mega Punch now with the energy. I should just be able to take him out. Looks like he's gonna stay on me. I don't want to lose too many squad members, so just gonna have to run off to the side here. I got my Poco too. That could have been dangerous. Get the penny back. Try and get more of those maps. That's another incredibly unfortunate thing about streaming here is I can't even necessarily see where all the maps are. Well, this guy's gonna get wrecked for that. Probably would have taken him out if there's another 5 seconds there. So it's a relatively easy match. And only about 7 more to 800, so let's keep it up. Well, looks like it's going to be a bit longer matchmaking here. I guess there's just not as many people on today, unfortunately. Alright, so we got Loot Surge. And I don't think there's any crazy triards in the match, so I should be able to take it pretty easily here, I'm thinking. I really just need to keep an eye out for the chest keys if those spawn in, but other than that, let's go for the bot players. They don't seem too focused on the bots here, so guess I'll take those. There's a Royal King user here, so I have to be a bit careful of that. It's a pretty close match here. Alright, looks like I still got it though. Alright, so again, closer match, but I just have to watch out for Royal King. Alright, about 6 more matches to 800, so let's keep going. Again, always hoping for big squads matches. Got about an hour 40 left before a longer break. A bit longer on the matchmaking here, but it kind of has been this whole time. Is actually, I think, the quickest around 8 o'clock. Now it's taking about a minute roughly to get into a match now, so just have to wait for that, unfortunately. I'm actually making some pretty quick progress here though. Alright, we have Royal Rumble Yard, as well as, and it looks like the Royal King player's back, Royal Haunt. And they weren't too try-hard, but you still gotta respect the power that Royal King has, so. I mean, doesn't it make sense, though, that the most powerful heroes in this game are the 2 ones with King in their name? I should have an easier time here with the Royal Ghosts, though. It's mostly just the fact that the ghosts horde together because they fight each other. A free key. Don't mind if I do. Well, there goes my hero anyway. Looks like he's kind of mad about that, but I don't think it's a good idea to fight him either, so I'll just keep going. I'll go around. Look for another bot player to fight. I think that's a real player, hard to tell. It's definitely... No, that is a bot, never mind. Okay, I'll see if I can't take him out. We beat the gaming master, apparently. Who's not even a real player. Okay, we got all the ghosts pretty much, so that should make this easier. Got someone using barrel bomb, apparently. That actually does give them a slight advantage in this mode. Or mod, I should say. I don't even have Frank yet, so Just gotta stay away from the Royal King users. Got all the ghosts again. What is with this one Sonic player, man? I just don't get the Sonic pick. I really don't. I'm almost out of max squad. Another thing I don't think they've quite fixed is if they throw a freeze spell like that, sometimes when it's off screen I still can't even see it. Alright, well, he got close there, but I think I still got first. Almost came up on the side of me there. Yeah, the Royal King user. Alright, well, still first place, so not too shabby. Again, I'm definitely gonna have an easier time when it's the haunted Royal King mode, though. 5 more matches to 800. So we'll keep going. Making some good progress. And really just waiting for big squads. So far I only got it once this entire time. So I definitely think it's one of the harder ones to get, but it's always really easy to win when I do get it. I got another minute going here, another long matchmaking, unfortunately. Got about an hour and a half left before a longer break. So I should definitely probably hit about 800 before the long break, and then somewhere around 7,000 I'm thinking for the time I end the stream, but okay, I don't see anyone too crazy, but we have 1 coin chest, so that always makes things interesting. Gonna immediately rush the mid so I can try and get the chest just a bit faster. Looks like someone else is gonna try stealing the chest here, unfortunately. He seems to be trying to steal the chest from me specifically, so I'm just gonna go upward. Just so he's not wasting my time, because if he also moves upward, I'll know for sure. Yeah. Yeah, he is trying to slow me down specifically there, so. Unfortunately, I can't really push into the 8-bit either. Looks like he finally gave up the chest at least, so I can get there a little bit faster. And I should finally almost be maxed out now. And that should do it. So now I just gotta focus on taking out the rest of the other players here. Brad, I don't think the turret's gonna be enough for him. This is another reason I don't go with 8-bit. He's just not powerful enough even with the turret. I think this is a bot right here, so there's 2 bots there. That should be easy to take them out. Let's take on the Mortis player here. Alright. Or at least I get some free penny maps. That should help me catch back up. Well, I got him now. Double punch. Victory Royale. That was a pretty tight game. Again, anytime I get the double punch, though, it's basically a guaranteed win no matter what. Which, again, I don't know what causes it, but it's kind of broken, so that's why I always use the Barbarian King. Just need 4 more wins to get to 800 here. Still about an hour 25. So doing good on time as well, despite the longer matchmaking. Again, just gonna keep waiting on big squads, hopefully quickest match I can get. It's any time now. Okay, and they're definitely getting into some longer matchmaking territory here. Starting to see the 1-minute timer. I don't think I've ever seen it go beyond 2 minutes, though. Steel Gauntlet and Loot Surge. Again, the biggest difference maker here is usually just if it starts dropping chest keys, but again, I don't see any crazy tryhard players' usernames, so shouldn't have too much difficulty here. Got a bunch of speed boots coming down. Again, the speed boots don't really make all that much of a difference unless you're using Alita 1, I guess. This guy's gonna go after me for a second. I don't know if it's gonna matter. I'll just move upward. Finish off with Wizard here. Now I can go after the bots. He is back though. Got another one down here. It is the hardest bot to beat though, unfortunately. It's very consistent with the way it spawns in the bots though, as it always seems to be one Barbarian King, and then I think probably I guess it changes on the other characters sometimes, but it's always usually at least one Barbarian King bot and then the rest some mix of the other ones. Alright, I'm in a pretty good spot right about now. We got the gem mine now, so I should be able to start catching up in terms of gems. Looks like we'll probably take out this player as well. It looks like they're mostly fighting each other there, so unless one of them goes down, I'll probably take first here. I think I got frozen, unfortunately. Did I actually just make first there in a split second? I think the other guy just hit one of their squaddies and I somehow won that. Alright, well, I'll take it. I was hoping for a quicker reload on the Mega Punch there. That's kind of what cost me. But only 3 more matches to 800 if I can win the rest of them here, so about an hour 20 left before a longer break. I'll see if I can't get close to 900 before I end off this portion of the stream. And then I can even probably do a rough calculation on how much time it'll take me to finish getting to 8,000 without including the matchmaking time, of course. I'd probably need to add an extra hour just for matchmaking time. Maybe even 2. Another longer matchmaking again. I just don't think that many people are online right now. And again, I guess I'd rather play against these easier players even if it takes an extra minute or 2 on the matchmaking, just to get the trophies a bit quicker. Alright, we got a bonus mod, Troublesome Gulch Golden Boots. We're so close to big squads there, but it's going to be Tree Giants. Again, the Golden Boots, I don't know if it's going to make that much of a difference. I don't see any supercharged players in the match, so it should be pretty straightforward. I guess the Golden Boots will make it a bit quicker on this map specifically because of the slowing sand, but shouldn't make the biggest difference though. Mostly want to get to the middle as fast as possible because the trees are actually easier to take down than the bot players. Don't steal my key. Oh, there, you got that one. Okay, might even be able to use the bot to help me take out the tree here. Steal the key he just got. Then I can take out the bot player too. So getting a ton of progress here immediately. Should set me up for the match pretty well. Maybe be able to take out this player here. I guess I should say bot player. There's another one right here. Getting a ton of keys very quickly. Just gonna steal that one. We can clearly take out the trees a bit quicker than I can, but I do still have the lead here. So I'll try and get some more keys off the maps, hopefully finish off my squad here, or at least get close to it. Okay. I think I might have him here. It got a really heavy hit on him. Okay, he's down. Okay, there's another Barbarian King player, but I do have a maxed out squad, so is this a bot? How is there still a bot player and there's 30 seconds left? Well, he was gonna go after me, but he changed his mind. Again, I do benefit from sitting in the Pam heal station, so should be another easy win here. Only one more to go for 800. Got about an hour 15 left until a longer break. Actually, 2 more to go, I guess. But anyway, still very close. Think we'll get close to 900 before I end the first portion of the stream. So I'll definitely probably hit 7,000, probably get, I'm thinking around probably 7,100, maybe 200. And I'll just have to finish off the rest off stream. But I also will be streaming a bit longer today. Against it, ending off at 3, I'll try and go until 3:30. I should have enough time to do that. And just waiting for matchmaking here, hoping for big squads. Easiest modes there is for me. And I can usually get some extra time by beating it quicker when there's only a minute left. Alright, we have Invasion Islands and Loot Goblin Rush. Again, still a really good mod for Barbarian King to take advantage of, because he can literally just steal all of the loot goblins in the middle every minute. I mean, it technically spawns 4 sections of loot goblins, but because the first 10 seconds of the match you literally don't get to move, it doesn't really matter. It does look like we have that other Royal King user in this match, but not too worried about that. Got the Poco, and I should be able to get all the goblins here, I think. Okay, I got most of them. There is another player here, but I hit him pretty hard, so... Here's another butt there. I don't know if I'll be able to get him in time before the loot goblins spawn in again, though, so I'll probably have to wait a second here. Alright, well, everyone is at least aware of the loot goblins this time, so I'm having a bit more difficulty, but I am still pretty much getting the majority of the coins there, so... Not too worried just yet. I've almost got a max squad. There's another bot. I didn't quite steal the key off of the Royal King there. I should just be able to get a max squad now. Well, I can't even see what's happening, unfortunately. There's so much going on. Beating the Royal King user, at least it looks like. Gotta take a breather to get the health back up. And jump back in on him. I definitely got him now. The Barbarian King hovering around, but I'm hiding in the corner, so we got both of them. They're both interestingly going after me here. Again, I want to assume there's no such thing as teaming in Squad Busters, but it is interesting. Great day and hello, how are you? I'm doing fine. What are your favorite abilities? Well, I think there's probably a few that I'm quite fond of, I'll say. Again, welcome back to the stream, King Brian. I do think the Barbarian King will become a number 1. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking straight Mega Punch, there's no beating the Mega Punch. I think it's pretty clear. There's a few reasons. It can hit an entire squad. It has knockback. It can go over water. And, don't even get me started on big squads. I think if you guys are paying attention to how the abilities work in this game, you're going to know why I want big squads. There's an obvious reason for that, and it's so I can spam the Mega Punch. But, again, I'll just take a quick look at the abilities here, because it's been a while. Refresh my mind. I can go over them quick here, too, I guess. So, we have the classic Elite Barbarians squad summon. I mean, that one's okay. It gives you a numbers advantage, but I mean, they disappear a lot quicker than they used to after they got nerfed. I still think they do a fair amount of damage, and they can help. They can certainly help you take out NPCs. I don't know if it's the best against actual squad players. Coin Stash I frequently use just to make sure I can actually have a chance at beating the Royal King players because they make coins so much faster. I always use Coin Stash and the Goblin to try and keep up with the Royal King players. I have used the Log and the Hog Stampede in unison before. That is pretty funny. I think it's also pretty nice, something I tried before. Instead of Burst Shot, I was using Super Shell for a while. Because again, the Royal King Mega Punch has its own stun, and then you stun with Super Shell, you get a double stun there, so that's pretty effective. But again, I have a pretty good reason for sticking with Burst Shot. So we have Bug Spray, sprays a stunning cloud of bug spray. You hardly ever see anyone using that one. It does stun, and I think it could probably be used pretty well with the Barrel Bomb, but I really don't see anyone using that. I don't think it even does any damage. It literally just stuns, so it's also a pretty small area, so unless there's another squad rushing you, you're really not going to use that too often. It's not going to be all that useful unless you can either get on top of a squad or they rush you, which it does happen sometimes, but not too usually, and it's not that helpful. We have Bullet Storm. Again, it really just gives you more damage there. It does pierce through enemies. It's alright, but it doesn't have anything besides just adding extra damage. That's why you don't really see it used too much. Elbow Drop is pretty funny. Summons El Primo to stun foes with a body slam. Again, the same issue as the Bug Spray, though. It's just such a small area. It's really hard to hit. It just doesn't really make sense to use it. The stun isn't that long. Super Shell is good because it adds damage and has a stun. It can usually stop players from chasing after you, at least for a little amount of time. It's a pretty good stun because the stun also has knockback. It's quite effective. Skeleton Barrels is used a lot. Throws a heavy barrel. I think it used to be 3 elite skeletons, but they buffed it to 6. And you can throw it twice, so you can get down 12 elite skeletons on the ground. That's a huge difference maker. In fact, when I see people using Skeleton Barrel, I actually have to back away just to try to wait till the skeletons despawn, because it's pretty unusual that you're going to win that matchup unless, again, you're playing big squads or something. Chicken Clones. I used to use this one a lot back when it was free to play. I think my main abilities back when I was, well, it's free to play now. Back I meant when it was pay to play, and it didn't have a maxed account, essentially. I'd probably use Chicken Clones and invisibility a lot, because back then I didn't really have the abilities or upgrades to really stand against the players who were paying money to upgrade their squads all the way. So Chicken Clones and invisibility helped me get second place a lot. It was very difficult to make first if you're playing against maxed out players. Suppressing Fire slows enemy movement speed. I don't think the damage is that great. It's not necessarily the easiest to hit. There's a delay on using it, so unless they're already far behind you, it's really not that useful, unfortunately. It doesn't do that crazy damage. It's just really not that good, unfortunately. Power Chord. I think I've used Power Chord and Super Shell at the same time before. If you use Power Chord, Super Shell, and the Mega Punch, you can actually get a triple stun. But, again, without the Coin Sack and the Burst Shot, I'm not that fast, and I don't have a big enough squad to really utilize the stuns. So that's why I'm pretty stuck with the abilities that I have. I really find this is the best loadout I could possibly have. Something I've seen people using a lot more recently is the arrow volley. I'm trying to remember who it was yesterday that was trying to beat me a lot with the arrow volley. I want to say it was Valencia, maybe? I forget exactly, but again, arrow volley, good damage, very easy to hit. It really just adds a really good amount of damage against an entire squad, so it makes sense. You don't see a lot of Super Bruce summons the Super Bruce. I don't know, it's just something funny. They could just call it Bruce, but this is Super Bruce, apparently, to arrive with a stunning roar. So it has a stun, adds an extra character to your squad. I really only find it's that useful if you're playing Mortis, because you can send out an extra enemy into the other enemies. Another thing is the charge ability with the Elite Barbarians also works with Mortis, if I remember correctly. So you could use those with Mortis to have an even bigger squad launch attack, but Mortis really plays a lot more like an assassin, like he does in Brawl Stars, in my opinion. Heal packs is really good. Again, I can just make sure you're not dying in the match, so there's really nothing wrong with that, but obviously that's all it does. Sneaky Bash, I mean, it has a stun, but it only hits like 3 targets, so it's really not all that useful, unfortunately. Again, you get some coins, but I don't think it's worth wasting an ability slot to get a few extra coins with a stun that doesn't really do all that much. You could get way more coins from the coin sack. One I still see a lot is the massive Mega Fireball, as if Mega Fireball wasn't enough. They had to add the word massive to it. So, again, this one was crazy overpowered back in the day, if you guys remember, when, I want to say around September, July, August, sometime around those 3 months, Mega Fireball was all over the place before they finally nerfed the damage on it. It did way too much damage was the issue. It had too much damage in general, and then it also did fire damage on top of that, so it was just way too good. I mean, it's still fine now, it just doesn't do as much damage, and it's pretty slow to hit, unlike the arrow volley, so I saw a lot of people switching over to the arrow volley over Mega Fireball. Freeze spell, you know, that one's always pretty useful. What's very frustrating about getting hit by the freeze spell is that if even one of your squaddies is touching the area of effect, it freezes your entire squad. They all slow down. I don't know why that's the way that is, but it can be very effective. It can help you hit the barrel bomb easier. Freeze spell in combination with anything else is very useful, and I think I could show you guys. Freeze lasts longer and covers a bigger area. So it doesn't, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of issues with how they word things in this game, because they don't give you any raw stats most of the time. I think it probably does a very small amount of damage, if I'm not mistaken, and I think it slows enemy attack speed as well, just like the actual Ice Wizard. So don't think it just slows movement speed. I'm pretty sure it's useful in slowing the enemy from actually attacking as well. So it's a pretty useful one. You'll still see it used quite a bit. We have Blazing Light here. So again, the difference between this and the heal packs is that I see Blazing Light used more often because it can be used as a stun as well. I don't know why it stuns. It doesn't even say that it does in its description. It deals damage and it heals, but it also has a stun for some reason. So Blazing Light is incredibly useful if you're playing against Barbarian King, because the stun on the Blazing Light can stop him from using the Mega Punch. Don't ask me why, I have no idea why, but any stun can stop the Mega Punch. That is the one weakness of the Mega Punch, is stunning abilities. But again, if they do it to you once, it's usually pretty easy to play around it. And we have Barrel Bomb. It just does a lot of damage. It helps you stop people from chasing you, because it can usually pretty easily turn a fight around if they decide to stand in the Barrel Bomb. In fact, the Barrel Bomb is the only way I've seen Sonic players like win a match by actually taking everyone else out, and it's usually because they just wait for the last player to take out everyone else, and then they try and take them out. We have Burst Shot. So again, the reason I use Burst Shot, I don't talk about this too much, it's a combination ability. This ability, the reason I use it is because it loads so fast, and it literally says it in the description, a fast reloading burst of laser blast. It does damage, and it reloads fast. The reason it's important that it reloads fast. I don't think I've ever talked about this, but again, you guys are tuning in the stream, so I'll finally let you in on the secret that I think Kobin, I was going to make a video on it before. You guys will see it eventually, but I kept getting hit with, like, my video editor was just crashing. I don't know why, but you notice I have Leon as a starter. Is speed boost the squad 40% after using any power, and power means ability in this case. So every single time I use that laser blast, I increase the speed of the squad by 40%. And because I have him to a 4-star, I also increase the damage of my squad by 10%. And because I'm spamming that so quickly, as you can imagine, it's rather significant to be able to do that, which is why I hold on to burst shots so much instead of using any of the other more obviously well-known abilities. We have Mind Trap. I just saw someone using this recently. It's really not all that effective against regular players. It can be very helpful if you're focusing on playing a fast squad that can deal a lot of damage to the non-playable characters or enemies in the matches. Again, it does a lot of damage. It has a stun technically. And again, I should say it does a lot of damage to monsters. It doesn't really do all that much damage to players. But it does have the stun at least. And you can throw 3 of them at a time, by the way. So you can, if you use Mind Traps, if you were to put 3 of them down, and you had one of the other stunning abilities, and Mega Punch, you could get 5 stuns in a row. But the area on the Mind Traps isn't that huge, so again, maybe you could pull off some really crazy play unexpectedly on the Mind Traps, but it's not too usual that that's going to happen. Shrink Potion, again, I'll dunk on this one all day. So Shrink Potion is really good in one mode specifically, which is Monster Trophy, because the other players have to go after you when you have the Monster Trophy. But when you're playing regular Squad League, they can easily just wait you out until the Shrink Potion goes away, or they can, just dodge it. So you're just wasting a spell slot most of the time. It really doesn't do all that much. If you're using Shrink Potion in combination with maybe Freeze Spell, maybe you'll have something there. But otherwise, I don't really see that being too useful ever. It has incredible ability, don't get me wrong. 90% damage reduction is incredible. And you're always going to lose a fight in a Shrink Spell, but no one's goofy enough to fight you in a Shrink Spell. That's the issue. We have Giant Heal Station. So, again, the third healing ability. What's the real difference between this one and the other ones? So it heals a lot more than Blazing Light, and it heals the entire squad. Heal Pack does more significant healing, but it can only heal up to 5 squaddies or the hero. So Heal Station gives you more consistent heal. So I actually, instead of using Heal Station, I have Pam in my squad who deploys the healing station anyway when she takes damage. She's a lot better after she got buffed to now drop her healing station after taking a specific amount of damage. Or I think it's even the squad. I forget. I have to read through her description again. But she's very useful right now for that reason. Because if I'm sitting in one spot, and again, I can't really describe to you how you play this game in a really good way. It's just something that I've learned from playing the game a lot, like how you win fights, that is. But the Sentry Crab summons an enraged Sentry Crab that defends the location. You really don't see that a lot. I saw that in a match a little earlier today. It just, it's fine. It actually does some area damage, believe it or not. It does some pretty good damage. But again, just like the Shrink Potion, what's stopping someone from just, running away from it? And it can be taken down fairly easily, so it really doesn't do too much. Hog Stampede, again, great for stunning or keeping players away from you if you're playing like Sonic, I guess, or something. Coin Pouch, you actually can use it on walls to consistently give yourself more coins. I'd use Coin Pouch and the Coin Sack with Royal King to get a huge advantage in building the squad pretty much immediately. But other than that, it's really not that useful. I think it does have a stun, but only on the one character that you hit. Giant Turret deploys a giant powered up turret. The turret, again, very powerful. Same issue as the Shrink Spell. They just run away from it because Giant Turret is actually, it does a lot of damage. It really does. And it has a really good amount of health too. So again, great for defending an area, not so great generally. Power Tank, this thing was absurdly broken back in the day. So deploys a power tank with boosted range and attack speed. They nerfed a lot of it, but what we used to do before is it would join the squad, and you could keep. They used to make it so that spawnable characters like power tank and stuff, they would only go away once they lost all their health. But the thing was, if you guys don't know, with Mortis's ability, you can heal any monsters that join your squad, and power tank was considered a monster, so you could keep healing the power tank and always have this extra squaddy, this really powerful squaddy with you at all times. Again, technically not even a squaddy, but just a really powerful spell character with you at all times. And even if they did beat it, you could just spawn it back in because you had it for so long. It was very powerful then. It's still quite powerful now, but again, it's really not the best for taking out squads, maybe monsters, but the only thing it really has to boast now is it has incredible health. So if you spawn it in and you get the enemy to waste their time attacking the power tank instead of your squad, that can help you, but it's really not the best, I don't think. Bee Frenzy, again, it used to be used more before. I don't think it's that great, honestly, is the issue. Summons a frenzied swarm of 6 angry bees. It's the same reason I don't use bee in my squad in general. It's just hard to hit all those bees, and you have to stand at this awkward range, which is also the reason I got rid of Musketeer for Pam, is I just didn't utilize the damage bonus from Musketeer enough, and I certainly don't think I would off the bees either, so it's just, the less you have to think, the easier it is to play, so I don't really need Musketeer or Bee Frenzy in my squad, I don't think. And again, you get a really good damage bonus off the Musketeer, but I still just don't think it's worth it enough. I mean, it might have been in comparison with the Mega Punch, but I could never tell if that actually works, and it's just very difficult to measure things in this game. Eruption is just straight terrible ability. There's really no getting around that. It's supposed to be the Miner's ability from Squad Busters 1.0, but it's just awful. It's way too slow. It's a very small area, and the stun isn't that long, so I'll be very surprised to see anyone using that. Same issue with Digging Charge. Strikes from afar. At least Digging Charge is surprisingly a little faster, despite it only being a Power 1 ability because it's from a collab squaddy. But Digging Charge is better than Eruption in my opinion. It does more damage even though it doesn't have the stun and is faster. But I wouldn't use either of those abilities because they're both terrible. Scattershot Laser. This is... So you're asking me what my favorite abilities are. So my favorites I'd have to say is Super Shot, Scatter Shot, Burst Shot, Cyclone Laser, the Invisibility, probably Super Shell. You'll notice a pretty straight comparison between all my favorite abilities here. It's usually that they all have some kind of range to them usually, and they have some kind of stun for the majority of them. So yeah, again, Scattershot Laser can bounce through and do a lot of damage. I actually used to use it in combination with Burst Shot, but I switched over to Coin Pouch because I just couldn't keep up with Royal King, unfortunately. Again, you can try and take out Royal King just by fighting the King himself. It's just harder to do. Super Shockwave, smash enemies with a powered up Hammer Slam. Again, it's okay, it just doesn't really do all that much, unfortunately. It's just not powerful enough. I don't see a lot of people using it. There's a delay on it. Just doesn't do enough. Super Shot can be really good if you plan on playing, I'd say a faster character, maybe like Sonic. I was using it for a while with the Barbarian King, because if you can already get some squaddies low and then you punch in, you can start cycling your ability faster. But again, I still think Burst Shot and the Coin Pouch, it's more important to build your squad than anything in this game. Cyclone Laser you can do crazy damage with. I think that one's a lot of fun to play, but it's not all that practical. What I would do before, if I remember correctly, I would Mega Punch Cyclone Laser and try to use them as fast as possible, because the enemy hero is kind of stunned during that Mega Punch. I think I might have even used the Super Shot. I forget which stunning ability I used with it, but you usually want to use a stunning ability if you're going to use Cyclone Laser, because it's ridiculously hard to hit that thing if you're not using any of the stunning abilities. Even the Mega Punch might be enough, but yeah, again, generally most of my favorite abilities in this game are ranged abilities that you can shoot. I wouldn't even say burst shot is my favorite. It's just so useful with the squad that I have here that I can't not use it is the issue. But anyway, I think I literally just talked about abilities for a straight 10 minutes, so got to get back into grinding here. So I got about 50 minutes left before a longer break. And just about to hit 800, so 6,800. And again, hopefully the matchmaking will be a little bit quicker now. But yeah, there are some really good abilities in this game, and there are some really awful abilities. It's really the best thing I can say. The best thing you can do is not use the really bad ones. Again, everyone thinks that the burst shot is really bad, which is why you'll see I'm the only one playing it. Because it's really, I mean, it does decent damage and it loads quickly. It does exactly what it says it does. Like, again, that's a pretty decent chunk of damage off a one-shot there. It can help you defeat a singular enemy quicker. But what I really use it for is the Leon buffs. So I'm probably going to have to run away from this guy. It's definitely not worth taking a Mortis fight at the start of the match. Got a bot here. Almost. Again, it's just crazy to me that I can do like half a hero's health with one Mega Punch. Like, he's almost dead already. I hardly did anything. It looks like this Mortis is going to stay on me. He's got the Mega Crab. I was just talking about that. You basically never see the Mega Crab in an actual match. But again, you'll notice here, what good is it doing him if I just run away anyway? And he doesn't really gain any advantage from holding that area. There is no hot zone in Squad Busters. I mean, you could argue the gem mine is like a hot zone, but again, they spawn gems intermittently, so it's not like you need to stay there necessarily. Even in Super Gem Mine, I'd argue you can still keep running back and forth and still get a good majority of the gems off it. So, yeah, it's really not that great to use Mega Crab. And I can take it out pretty quickly too if I build up my squad first, so I don't think it's that good an ability. Is that what he's trying to use the combination there? It looks like he might be running Freeze Spell with the Mega Crab so he can get more use out of it, which I guess makes sense. But there are multiple Mortis players in this match, so I can't tell if that's the same guy or not. And there's always very quick-paced matches, so it's kind of hard to tell what's going on at any given time. It's even hard to tell if you're going to win most of the time, I'd argue. The only thing you can reassuringly do to win matches in Squad Busters is try to build up your squad as quickly as possible. See, like, right there, again, got a huge chunk of damage off on him. He spams his Mega Crab. Doesn't really do anything. There he is again, I think. Okay, yeah, I think I've got an Invisible Mortis and a Mega Crab Mortis. He's not really fusing his squaddies either. So that's kind of, if he doesn't fuse him, that's going to be a pretty big disadvantage for him, especially against a Barbarian King. So we've got is there 3 Mortis players here? I can't keep track of which one has which abilities. So I just got a free key that they missed somehow. I'm about to max out my squad so I can at least catch up on the coin difference here. Okay, I should be able to get a good chunk here. Okay, I should be able to steal first now. Definitely should have it now. And a pretty easy first place there. Alright. And again, to King Brain's point there, about Barbarian King becoming number one. I don't think you guys understand. When the Fireball was nerfed, I swear they buffed Mega Punch, because not that many people was playing Barbarian King at the time. They're all playing Mortis. So I don't have any stats to back it up, but I'm fairly certain at some point they greatly increased the damage of Mega Punch, because I swear it was never this powerful before until sometime around late last year. So anyway, we're up to 800, so let's check the stats, see what we're doing. Top 6 on the friends list, I can actually see the icon now, so that's nice. Gonna be a while before I get any higher though, and I probably won't surpass 4, just because I'm only going to 8,000. Top 12 in the US. Again, looks like a bump up 2 places, just getting to 7,900. And almost top 70 in the world, so not too shabby. But I still got about 40 minutes, so we'll keep going here before I take a good long 30 to an hour long break. You know, hopefully we'll still get some quicker matches here. We'll just have to see. Actually doing a bit better on battery today, I think. I don't know why I was losing so much battery yesterday. I mean, I had it plugged in the whole time too, so I really have no idea. But we have the Tree Giants again, a bit riskier just because we have the slowing sand map. Alright, we got Poco, that's really good. Probably start pushing up towards the bots now. Is that guy running away from a bot? I could probably go after the trees now, actually. Looks like someone else is trying to as well, though, unfortunately. Okay, he's actually making a decent use of the shrink spell there. Only issue is that I still have knockback even if I'm not doing a lot of damage, so I can easily steal the key off him. Okay, we got the trees back again, so that's good. Another bot over here. Alright. I think this is going to be a fairly easy match. I think he got me with the Mega Bomb there, but his squad's already so low that I think I'll be fine. I got enough healing off him from busting his squaddies with the Poco ability. Oh, I should definitely be able to max out the squad now. It's hitting me with the Mega Bomb, but it's really just not enough because I keep healing too much. Which, again, a great reason to choose Pam is, even though it's not the bigger heal station, you can still pretty much get your whole squad on it. It's pretty sizable. It's actually a somewhat close match here, so I'll need to be a bit careful. Should have it here. Alright. And we'll see how close I can get to 900 before I end off this portion of the stream. About 9 more wins to 900s. I mean, I'm thinking I'll probably get at least one more statue before the game ends. But definitely probably won't be getting all 7 of them, unfortunately. Unless they actually do some kind of event before the game ends during the last month. It is possible, and I think it'd be really appreciated, but I really, really doubt they would do that, unfortunately. And still just really looking out for big squads here. Bit longer on the matchmaking. Still got about 40-ish minutes, 35 minutes before I take a longer break. Should be plenty of time to fit in, I want to say, probably 5 matches, maybe? Possibly more. Again, it just depends on how long the matchmaking is here, so I don't see any tryhards necessarily in this match, so I'm thinking it'll be pretty easy. We got Pinata Party as well, so it should be fairly easy to build the squad here. Got Frank pretty early on. Just gotta make sure that I get Poco. Okay, we got a free key too, so that's great. I can go after the bots now. We actually have that tryhard Royal King user in here, so I'm gonna have to be careful of that. There he is right now. Just gonna say, I don't think he'll go for me just yet, but he definitely knows now. Okay, I'm actually getting a decent head start on him, though. Might be building out the squad just a little faster than him, hopefully. It actually can be a bit useful to grab some unfused squaddies towards the end, just after you have the price increase to 50, just because this is what I'm talking about. He's spamming everything immediately, but I do think I'll get him here. I caught him off guard. I couldn't risk having him go to the end of the match, because if he built out his squad too, could get dangerous. This guy almost had me with the barrel bomb here, but it looks like I should pretty easily be able to take this match here. The only hero users that really worry me are either really good players, like usernames I'm aware of who've beat me before, or anyone using Barbarian King or Royale King, because those are probably the most powerful heroes in the game, regardless of how good the player is. It's not too hard to do well with them, so you always have to be careful of that. Okay, we got the Mortis user. I don't even think he's gonna fight me for first place here. He's just gonna try to survive, so it'll be another easy first place for the most part. And again, I hope you guys are excited for the new season of Squad Busters coming tomorrow. Again, I'll try and do my seasonal video update. I think what I'll probably do is I'll still stream the new season, but because of Brawl Stars, the mega opening, and having to do the video for the new season of Squad Busters, I think the streams are probably going to be like an hour shorter than today, or a lot more like yesterday, I'll say, just because it's going to take longer to do those things. But anyway, hopefully you guys are excited for that. Need about 8 more wins to hit 900. I got about 30 minutes, so I don't know if I'll quite get to 900, but I'll get close. Should definitely be able to hit 7,000. And then I'll just have to see how much further I can get before the actual new season starts. Again, I won't try to sleep deprive myself too much, but I'll at least try to get to 8,000 before the reset happens. It might take the entire time, if I'm being honest. We'll just have to see. But again, like I said, I could do a quick calculation on roughly how much more time I'm going to need to play, just based on the consistent match times. I can't account for matchmaking, of course, but I can always add an extra hour to whatever I say to try to account for that, but you really have no idea. We have Brawl Talk. Is there actually a TikTok for Brawl Stars? There has to be, right? Like an official one, I mean. I think I posted a Brawl Stars video on TikTok, but it was just the same video I posted on YouTube. It was for an event or something for the creators. Really, the only thing I've been trying to do through Supercell Creators is be able to do giveaways for you guys on Brawl Stars, and obviously, if no one else wanted the rewards, I could obviously claim them myself too, so it'd be a benefit no matter what. But majority of the items I imagine I'll probably just give away to you guys, because I'll have duplicates of them anyway. I'd be surprised if I got like that rare nerd pin or something. But I am rather close to becoming a verified creator now. Again, obviously through engagement on the streams and the videos, which are doing significantly better with the streams, I'll say. So I appreciate that from you guys. is, it might be possible to actually start running the channel as though it were a business instead of a hobby. And not that that would inherently change anything, more so just the fact that I'd actually be able to, you know, make money off of it, essentially. Which obviously definitely isn't my first goal, and it clearly never has been, because I don't beg people to subscribe and all that, but you can't live on air is the issue, so. Okay, we got someone using the barrel bomb particularly well here, but he's not going to be able to catch me either, so. So it looks like we have at least one decent Mortis player. I'll have to try and catch up through the penny maps. I don't have Frank yet, so he's getting a little bit more use off of the stun there. Which is why I need the penny maps. Alright. Yeah, I should be able to get him now at least. He does have Ice Wizard too, but he still won't be able to catch me here. Got a hard hit on the other guy there. I don't know if that necessarily helps me too much though. I'm not too far behind though, is the thing. I really just need to finish off these penny maps so I can get Frank, because that's the thing really putting me at the disadvantage here. I think I'm getting Pam maxed out, but I don't even have Frank yet, so that's unfortunate. Okay, I got Frank now, so I can evade his barrel bombs, but it's unfortunately a little too late in the match. Yeah, it definitely would have went completely differently if I had Frank there, but that's another reason why I believe I switched out Ice Wizard for Frank a few months ago. But obviously it doesn't help you if you can't build your squad fast enough, so. Again, he went after me initially, so I just have to be aware of that. So about 8 more matches until 900, and about 25 more minutes until I take a longer break, so. Definitely get at least close to 900. I'm thinking 850 to 870, somewhere around there, hopefully. Again, if we get a big squads match, I basically just automatically win as long as I don't mess up the start. Even bad chest RNG usually isn't too much to keep me down, because the penny maps essentially work as a re-roll for me in that case, so. I mean, even getting a bunch of pennies isn't that awful, but it doesn't really help as much as some of the other characters in there. Looks like we might have a little bit longer matchmaking here again. Proving Grounds chest imposters. Again, not a big fan of chest imposters. Just makes the matches feel longer, and we do have him in here again, so like I just said, now I know what he's gonna do. All I have to do is get Frank, and he can't really do anything. So I can focus on getting Frank after the penny maps a little bit quicker this time. Alright, I should probably start going towards the bots now. I will pick up Penny to start, but I might grab a Frank immediately after. We'll just have to see. We still have Penny. Just have to make sure to get at least one Frank before I encounter the Mortis player there. Zong, I think is pronounced. I think the other guy just killed the bot for me there, actually. Let's try and get Frank here. Okay, we should actually be pretty set now, because it's going to be very hard for him to do much with the stun there if it only lasts half a second. Alright, I think that's how long it lasts. I think it usually is like a second stun, but otherwise it'll only be a second. I think I can even steal his key there. If I rotate my squad around, he'll miss out on the damage. I can heal off the punch. Yeah, I'm taking a lot better hold on him this time. So he's not there to get the stun off in time. He's gonna lose a lot to that. He might be in trouble here. And there he goes. Yeah, he caught me off guard without the Frank last time. That's not gonna happen again. Alright. I think he was like the only decent player in the match here, so it should be pretty easy from here on out. I mean, there might have been another Barbarian King, I think, but we'll just have to see how much of a squad size they have. Because when you're fighting the same hero, it becomes more of a question of what spells do they have and how many squaddies do they have. He is running Mavis, so he's probably going to be close to maxed out, so it won't be easy if I choose to fight him. I have to try and time it. I mean, while he is going to be maxed out, Mavis isn't a good fighter, so despite getting the full squad, he would still be at a slight disadvantage there. Looks like I'm gonna have to fight through. Okay, I just gotta run away. Oh man, he's gonna beat me by like 40. He third partied the Archer Queen there. I didn't stay on him. But if he went after me, I would have made third instead of second, so that is unfortunate they jumped on me last second there. So the reason I didn't run away, and I was talking about this before, because you guys are probably wondering, well, if you're risking the third party, why wouldn't you just run away from the Archer Queen? The way this game works, and I think this is only an issue once they added 2.0, is if you try to run away from someone who is running after you, the person who's running away, their squaddies will still try to attack you if you're close enough, which means they stop running. In fact, they stop moving at all, and they'll start trying to attack you. And if they do that, it means the other player's going to have an easier time picking off your squad members, which is going to make it even easier to beat you. So to have the best chance possible, the best thing you can actually do is stand completely still, believe it or not. But obviously that doesn't work if they're spamming barrel bombs or something, or the skeleton barrel, so you have to be aware of that as well. But generally, we got Fuxi in this match. I forget what place he's in, but he's top list on the US right now, so the matches are getting a bit harder here, I will say. But I am still quite close to getting to 900. Still got about 20 minutes. Probably fit in at least 3 more matches, I'm thinking. Potentially. My game is starting to lag now as well, so that is unfortunate. I'm wondering, is it the angry vines that cause my game to lag more? I'm not really a fan of the mod in general, but I'm not 100% sure. Because it's angry vines, I'm thinking I might just want to benefit off of the keys before the other players get to it. Yeah, because they're already going after the bots as well. Let's try to give myself a slight advantage. Wait, how did he miss the arrow volley? That was like a mile away. Oh, I don't have Poco. I was about to say, I'm falling pretty low here. I really need Poco. He's about to jump on me. You really can't take any fights without Poco, unfortunately. The other nice thing about the comp I have, though, is it's incredibly easy to build your squad back up if you take a loss, so they can never really leave me alone. Okay, well... I mean, he's pretty consistently on me, but again, it is just very hard to beat a Barbarian King user, so... Man, this is quite possibly the worst matchup I could have for Angry Vines. And I know Fuxia is going to want to take me out, so... Now I have a ton of coins, I'm just stuck on these chests now. Okay, I'm at least a big enough squad to scare them away generally now. They still haven't even gone after the other bot player, man. This is a crazy match right now. Do I still not have Poco? Man, this is really awful. Where the heck is Poco? This is awful. I'm not going to be able to do anything because I don't have Poco. And we're already on Epic Chest, which makes it even harder to find him. Okay, we got him, okay. And there's Fuxia. He's going to try and take me out just because he knows I'm on the list. But they won't commit to killing me because they know it takes too long to do so. But there's also very little chance of a comeback here, so... Yeah, he's gonna take me here, I think. It puts him at risk of losing to the other guy, though. It looks like he just had a bigger squad. Yeah, I got taken out too early there, and I didn't get Poco, so that was really on me, unfortunately. I mean, I did survive till the end of the match to at least make third. But I could definitely do better than that. But I'm not a big fan of Angry Vines either. Got about 6 more matches. So I don't think I'll hit 900 in time, but I will get close like I thought. So we'll just have to see. Got about 15 more minutes. Might be able to fit in 3 more matches. We'll just have to see. And I'll take a bit of a longer break and then come back for about potentially up to 2.5 more hours. Probably just 2 hours. We'll just have to see. But I should be able to get some amount over 7,000, and I'll just finish up the rest myself off stream. Again, I usually just spam click the first few starters because it's pretty unusual that I wouldn't get Poco that early on, but I really need to focus on that when I have players like Fuxia in the match, because they're really going to take advantage of that. So it looks like we're still on a bit of a longer matchmaking, unfortunately, so I might only be able to get 2 more matches in, or I'll have to go over time a little bit for the third one. We'll just have to see. Again, still just hoping for big squads. It's usually the only way I can get quick, easy matches. I mean, sometimes if the players are really bad, I can get an easy match, but it won't be quick necessarily. Alright, we have Proving Grounds, and again, why is Gift Critters such a common mod here? I really don't know why I get this one so much. Okay, we got the Mohawk guy. I guess he's decent enough player, so I'll just have to make sure to get Poco this time, and I should be fine. I have a Sonic in my area already, so that's unfortunate. He's gonna steal my chest. Gonna make him pay for that. I don't think he understands what he's doing. If he kept getting squatties, I'd probably just keep hitting him and we'd be stuck here the entire match because he keeps stealing my chests. Alright, I got the penny start, so I'm in a good spot. So I just gotta get to the maps and look out for bot players. I think there's one now. The reaction time on that Mega Punch is very interesting. Sometimes you could just juke out another player's Mega Punch entirely because they assume that you're gonna go for them, but then you just don't. And then you can pretty easily beat them. Alright, well I'm already on to the epics. I still got 2 minutes left, so I'm feeling pretty good. Alright, well he's on me there. Just keep trying to build up more power here before I go into any fights. Right, does look like I will finish up the squad there. Okay, I've almost got the max squad. Now I do. Okay, that should keep me close. Looks like he hit me pretty good there, unfortunately. I don't think I'll quite be able to get to him in time. Right, only about 9 minutes left, so... Right, about 6 more matches. I think I can probably fit in 2, we'll just have to see. Again, I do sometimes get the invites on stream, but I even get them off stream. Again, I'm really not planning on playing with anyone until at least the last few days of the game. We'll just have to see again if that's something people care to do. And so now we have Island Invasion with Pinata Party. It would be interesting if this is a 4-person match. It is not. But again, should be fairly easy to build out the squad, so. Again, we do have Mohawk in the match again. Unfortunately, if I'm playing against another Barbarian King user, there's no real strategy I can employ to beat him besides just building my squad quicker. That's literally it. It's different once we both have max squads, but not too much I can do there, unfortunately. I think I might even be able to. Well, I'm surprised it's Optimus Prime, but he does a lot of damage at least, so it should be able to have an easier time taking out the bots here. A pretty crazy takedown there. Is he using the range shot ability? He might be. Okay, I didn't even have Poco yet. I was really taking a risk on that one. Alright, well. Got the majority of the other squaddies here at least. I think I'm just gonna be able to beat him here though. I just got the battle healer too, so I think he knows he's in trouble this time. Well, I think he was probably the biggest opponent in the match, so I don't think it should be that hard to win now. I'm almost maxed on the squad too. Okay, he's got the freeze, that's unfortunate. Well, he almost had me there, but wow, okay, well, I'm getting some crazy lag now, unfortunately, so I can't keep on top of him, but if I don't take him out, I'm sure the other guy probably will. Okay, we got another free penny map, so increases the gem count. And it gives me a backup key if I need to get another squaddie, so that's nice. Get a potion here. And a fairly easy win once we got Mohawk out of the match. And I guess I'll try and do one more match. It will probably go over 12 a little bit, but I don't want to waste the last 4 minutes, so. Well, maybe someone in the comments can let me know. Do you want to see one more match? Or do you want me to just end it here? Again, there's a 10-second delay, so I'll try and at least give 10 seconds before I respond to that. Okay, you guys should be seeing it now, so again, we'll see if anyone wants to see one more match, or I'm just going to end it here. Well, I am to about 50, which is where I wanted to be to end it off anyway, so I should definitely be able to get to 7,000 on the second half of the stream. I'm not seeing any responses, so I'm thinking I'm just going to end it here, and hopefully that means I can just pick up a little sooner on the second half of the stream. So again, of course, thank you so much to everyone who tuned in for this first half. And again, make sure to take a break, go do something else for a while, maybe get outside, drink some water, etc. But again, I'm still enjoying Squad Busters. Again, it's unfortunate the game is ending soon, but I'm making the most of these matches while I can. But other than that, I'm going to take a 30-minute to an hour break again, and I'll be back. So, other than that, again, 262 minutes, quite a while to be streaming. Other than that, let's see how far you can take this, guys.